Okay, so today is announcement day, the day that everyone on Discord has been bothering me about for probably a week at least. Okay, if you're no, there should be no buffering at the moment. Um is anyone else experiencing video issues? Because if not, I'm gonna up the bitrate because I can afford to now. Right now, I'm streaming out of the Pink Flamingo studio in Tijeras, New Mexico, and they have graciously allowed me to borrow their setup, including their fiber optic connection. Okay, sorry about that. Let me touch that down a notch. How's that? My mic is too low. Maybe because my mic is too far away. Let me reposition. How's that? I'm not trying to eat the mic. I just want to. Okay. So Alex thinks I sound good. Shane has a particular ear though. But if Shane says I sound good, then I sound good. Okay. So bit rate's up. Internet's back up. Still? My goodness. Okay. How about now? Well, let's wait for some music to play first. Okay, well that's probably good enough to get started. So again, competition announcement day. I've been teasing this for the whole freaking month, I think almost. Uh, Tell me if you guys are having trouble seeing this. I might be able to zoom in a little bit. But today I just put the competition page live. It's on my homepage. You all can go to emeraldnova.com and you should be able to see it. So the competition rules are there. Just to go over it really quick, this year I have increased the prize pot a little bit. And there's the same two categories. There's the original game category where there's going to be 3 cash prizes, and hacks, patches, and translations categories. That's going to be top rank gets the prize there. It's going to be judged by a panel of 9 judges. And the top 3 in both categories also get a nice little 3D printed trinket of your choice, thanks to Millennium Shane and his 3D printer that you can often see 3D printing live on his stream. So I just want to go down real quick. You guys can go on my website and see the rules for yourself and kind of figure out what's going on. But essentially, the higher ranked your game is by as many judges as possible, the better off your score will be. So I just want to go over real quick the judges. I'm really excited about the panel of judges that volunteered to judge this year's competition to prevent any voting shenanigans from the general internet population. So first we have Servo. He's a Sega Extreme guy. Same with David Jimenez. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. You might know him better as crap. I forgot his Corvus Du. I'm not even sure. I think it's supposed to be a Frenchy thing, but he's Spanish, I thought. Yeah. So those are 2 Sega Extreme guys, and then we have some online personalities. Genovi, he is a YouTuber who does video game stuff. And he also has a podcast. Johannes Betts, everyone here on stream should know who Johannes Betts is. He's the maker of the Joe engine. And then some more YouTube reviewers, documentarians, etc. We have Pandemonium. We have Saturn Dave. Basically, we have the whole panel from Sega Saturn Shiro on the judges here. Sega Lord X, the Sega Southern Gentleman, who helped me organize and connect me to a lot of these people, and Traino Co., also, again, part of Sega Saturn Shiro. So all 9 of these judges will be playing these games starting on January 1st when the final submissions are in. And over a period of 2 weeks, they will rank their games based off of completely arbitrary criteria that they come up with themselves. So if you want to try to pander them, go right ahead. And the scores will be tabulated, and again, the top prize will be awarded. So for the original game category, first, second, and third gets 25, 15, and 10. Ties split their 2 shared rankings. The top entry in hacks, patches, and translations will receive 20. And again, the top 3 entries in both categories will receive a 3D printed trinket. So we have some potential items, but if you could find something else from like Thingiverse or what have you, you can send it to Shane and see if he's willing to print that instead. We have, Sega CD or Sega Saturn crystal case snap hinge replacements, because those things break all the time. You have a 3D printed Saturn battery door replacement, especially if you have like a Sadiator and you want to protect that, or a VCD. A controller stand for your Sega Saturn controller, just kind of like a Sega Saturn display logo if you want to do that. And an ODE tray insert. So let's say you have a Rhea or a Phoebe or a Fenrir or even a Mode, and you have some sort of 3D printable design that you want to kind of do just like you would do with a GDMU or USB GD-ROM. You can send a print his way, and he can try printing it for you and shipping it out. So those are the competition details as they stand right now. Again, EmeraldNova.com has probably everything you're going to need and all the questions you need to ask. If you go onto the Sega Extreme forums, this post, let's see if anyone's actually updated the post today. Nope. This post is where you'll be submitting your finalized images. So we prefer BenQ. If you have to, ISO with a Q will work as well. The only requirement is that everyone's got a different ODE, everyone's playing on hardware, so you need to make sure that whatever you make will be able to run on everyone's hardware. So, compile with PSK support, make sure that, it can run on Sadiator, it can run on Mode, it can run on Fenrir, it can run on Rhea Phoebe, what have you. The more compatible you make it, the better your odds. So that's it for the competition announcement. So this is the official, opening ceremony or what have you. Everyone can go ahead and get started. Any game that has had significant progress made this year, even before the competition announcement, is eligible. So if you have, like, say, XL2 has been working on Hellslave, which is the renamed Project Z-Tream. Anyone that's been working on it this year that's made noticeable progress, which again is very noticeable in Hellslave and what have you. I know Slinga has some tools that he might want to submit. NDiddy, I encourage you to work on that late entry from last year and update it a little bit and submit it. Everyone from last year, that if you want to try and touch up your projects from last year and add some more content, you're more than welcome to resubmit this year, because this year the scoring is actually going to matter. So, like I said, any questions, go ahead, contact me in Discord, contact me on the Sega Extreme forums. Let me go ahead and link this competition submission post in chat. And then on a separate note, I want to go ahead and help plug the Sega Extreme Patreon. So the Sega Extreme forums are not run by me. This has financially nothing to do with me, but Sega Extreme is my online home. It's where I post stuff when I'm ready to actually publish things. It's where I host the competition. And hopefully, once I get Forsaken Plane online, it is the same server that will host the Forsaken Plane server. Presuming that ever actually happens, hopefully next year. I'm currently a Pluto level patron. I encourage everyone to try, like, if you're into the Saturn homebrew scene at all, at least get, like, give them $1 a month to help them pay for the server. Hopefully some of that extra money can go toward boosting the Discord server, which is where we all hang out. Oh yes, Shane, for the competition, you are permitted multiple game submissions as long as they're all substantially different. So if you've been working on a couple games at once and they're not just reskins of each other, go ahead and submit them both. You give yourself 2 chances to win. Ideally, you'd probably want to focus on one game over the other to make sure that the quality overcomes the quantity, because only the top 3 positions in a category are going to actually get anything. I'm going to talk with VVT about trying to get all the games submitted into a compilation disc, so we can have a 26th anniversary compilation demo disc, so that people can sample the homebrew from this year. Back to this Patreon. Again, financially completely separate from me, completely separate from the competition. Competition prizes are coming out of my pocket, coming out of Shane's 3D printer. This Patreon is specifically to fund the Sega Extreme forums, and I think if it gets enough money, I can convince Dibs to get throw some of that money at the Discord server, which is where it's been almost every waking moment on the internet, anytime I'm on the internet. I just wanted to plug that. And now for the rest of the stream tonight, I'm gonna try and do like a little encouraging mini project to show that you can very quickly, very easily with Joe Engine get into Saturn Homebrew and try to make something that's playable. And this is kind of inspired from a Reddit post that I saw recently, well, a couple weeks ago. So someone was asking about a tower and turret defense game, and I think a lot of people mentioned the Horde. And then some guy, Mr. Hypersonic16 here, says that the Saturn Homebrew community is a very niche community, and while this project may be perfect for it, it probably won't even happen. So let's make a tower defense game. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is I'm gonna go ahead and copy over the Void Skipper stuff because I'm just gonna be using asteroids as the monsters and the spaceship as my actual thing there. So got Void Skipper down here. Make a copy, and we'll call this tower. Or I'll just call it tower. Well, I don't know that Gauntlet really counts as a tower defense game. I don't know if you can really call it that. Let me go clean this thing up. What? Windows is trying to filter out my macro. Oh, it's in the perspective? Yeah, it's a top-down perspective, just like any other tower defense game. Oh my god, this thing is screaming now. Okay, you guys can't hear it because of the RTX filtering, but my laptop is starting to yell at me. I'm going to put down the cooling pad. Hopefully that'll help. So, to keep things in the correct scope and so that I'm not here all night, I'm not going to do any sort of path calculation stuff because it seems like it would take forever. If somehow I get lucky and everything just, all the planets align, then maybe I'll do arbitrary pathing, kind of like how you'd expect in Sanctum. Sanctum, that first-person tower defense game where you can just put down stuff and monsters will path around it. I mean, to be honest, this thing is like super loud right now. It's like distractingly loud. Okay, now we got my cooling pad running, so hopefully that will there we go. Mitigate the heat problem I'm having. The problem is I've got this MSI laptop that the fans are just facing the table, so as soon as I put it on a flat surface, it starts choking. Okay, so let's start on a fresh palette here. I know I've got a whole bunch of old stuff in here, but it might as well not even exist. Okay, I still have it saying Saturn asteroids. I should fix this. This is now tower. For now, let's just compile and make sure things are running as expected. Shift F5. Okay, there we go. It's been a minute. Yeah, some warnings, but whatever. Oh, it's not recognizing my controller. What's up with... Oh, wait. I don't know what I was thinking. I was trying to use the controller to press a continue key. I might need to remap, I don't know. Okay. Oh, it's not recognizing my controller. That's not good. All right. Nope. It's So, what do you mean a Genesis demo? Just for the record, this competition is for SEGA Saturn games. Until I eventually, once the community gets big enough, I might expand it. But for now, it's just Saturn games. Were you trying to actually make a Genesis emulator on the Saturn? Okay, finally. There we go. So, I don't know why Mendefin does this. Every time I do something like this, it ends up making me remap twice. There we go. Okay. So what? No, there's no way the Saturn's going to be able to run the Genesis emulator. It's not practical. I know there's some stuff going on the Genesis. Remember, Pure Solar came out, so it's not like the Genesis homebrew community is not doing anything. If anything, because they're putting out commercial games, they're probably doing better than the Saturn community right now. Because I don't think anyone is. Oh, Jake, thanks for the follow. I don't know how long you've been watching, but I just announced the 26th anniversary SEGA Saturn homebrew competition. But yeah, it seems a lot like the Genesis homebrew community is pretty solid. They're putting out games or something, despite the fact that I think the tools aren't as easy as the Saturn right now. It used to be you'd have to program in assembly, but I think they've got a C compiler for Genesis now. Okay, well, I mean, that's true of any homebrew community. So, okay, what's the first thing I want to do? Let's... Left, right, up, okay, start. I'm pretty sure now on Genesis they have a C compiler. It's a recent thing, but I think it's there. Okay, so right now I'm just gonna make it so that left, right, up, and down just change the position of the ship. And I'm going to see how much I need to change the position of the ship by. So, player.h, there we go. Position. And that's fixed, okay. Now, screen coordinates are left-handed, and they start at the top left, and they move down to the bottom right. So, left should be minus... let's just do 10 fixed. So that's shifted left 16. Let's write 20. And we're going to find out what the exact right spacing feels correct looks like. And then we're going to do up and down. So up would be in the negative direction, so that's correct. And then down would be in the positive direction, so we'll do that. And for the physics, let's disable okay, let's disable that. Screen wrap, angle wrap, okay. Let's disable Leroyd collision. We're not going to do collision just yet. Actually, I don't think we're going to be doing that kind of collision at all. Well, let's keep the logic in, because I might want to steal the logic for something else. So Shane, there is a music tracker for the Genesis. I think it's available still. For Joe Engine, everything just runs off of GCC, so I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Oh, this thing just crashed? This thing crashed. What happened? Let's reduce everything by a fair bit. Also, let's put in the timing so I know what I'm looking at. Look real quick to see what the timer's doing. Am I calling the timer? How am I timing things? Okay. So let's look real quick in the documentation to see if I remember what this is about. Well, here's the thing. If you download the Joe Engine package, you should be able to just get... oh, there we go. If you download the Joe Engine package, everything should be built in already. Shift right, 16. Oh, I see what I did. I made a dum-dum. Okay, there we go. That's comparative logic. That's not a bit shift. Oof. So, Kajiko, everything should be built into, if you just download Joe Engine, everything should just run out of Joe Engine. All the dependencies should be built in. What in God's name is going on here? You know what? Maybe I screwed up my mapping, because I think my left is also up right now. Oops. Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. But now I want to change this to button down, I think. But at least you know the time's working. Okay. If key not pressed, but down, and that way... And we'll change this back to a shift to 16. That way we're shifting 15 pixels and not pixel and a half or whatever. And I want to see what it takes to actually get realistic movement, or at least a realistic grid. I should have the original asteroid thing there as a reference. But I feel like the correct answer is going to be something like 30. Probably 32, actually, now that I think about it. So for the draw command, let me see. Where's the draw command? Let me just do 0 and 0 and 0. Oh, no. I have to, I have to make a new one. Let me see. Test, ship, draw. Not trouble, let's just draw. So what is the default ship position? 0, 0. Okay, so 0, 0 should be the center of the screen. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to wrap it in size command. I forgot to do that. Yeah, we have to shrink that by like 2 orders of magnitude. Well, not 2 orders, 2 powers of 2, I guess. So shrink it by quarter. That feels like too wide of a grid spacing. I want something a little bit tighter than that. That's 32. It looks like I can go down to maybe like 25? I think you're thinking of Bisquick. Or Biscuit? How do you pronounce it? Biscuit or Bisquick? Biscoff. Oh. Bisquick is something different. Isn't that like a chocolate milk or something? Yeah, I like this spacing. The spacing is good. Let's go with this spacing. So let's see what the grid actually needs to be. That's a little bit off screen. A little bit off screen, but actually, it looks like it actually fits. Wait, screeching sound. Wait, can you guys actually hear the fans? I think I can shift everything up by, how many pixels would that be? If I just did a quick count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I shift everything up by 7 pixels, I think I could fit in a whole nother grid spacing there. Oh wait, that's integers already. And that means initial grid spacing should also be minus 7? No, plus 7. No, minus 7. Minus 7 is further up. Shift left 16. Then we'll see what kind of grid I can set up. And then I need to put down, I need a couple things. I need some sort of floor tile that kind of indicates this is the path where asteroids will be coming in. And then you'll have to shoot the asteroids. Oh, is that cutting it off? Do I need a little bit of extra room on the right? Yeah, I need to shift it a little bit more. But it looks like I just barely fit everything on here. So vertically I can fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. What the? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just 9. 9 vertically. How about horizontally, assuming we get the shift a little bit better? So if we shift right, I don't know, maybe like 4 pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think we can do 9 by 13. So let me tighten up the grid a little bit more. Where did I put that? Just 1 pixel tighter. And then we'll shift the player's default position by, what was it, 4? So that means the test ship draw command should be 4. There we go. Okay, that spacing still kind of works. It's a little tight, but it works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, that works. And then start from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then, do you think I could fit one more there? Yeah, I could probably fit 10 if I just scooted up just a little bit more. Here, let's start this at the top left. Well, okay, maybe that's asking too much, but 1, 2, how much extra is that? Like 6 pixels, maybe? I don't know if that's asking too much. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 by 12. That's probably good. So if we're spacing it out by 25, and that's 4 and 7. So 9 by 12. What does that mean? Calculator. So for the initial screen position, we're going to want, what was it, 24, right? Was the grid spacing I chose? 24, yeah. So we have 24 times 5 minus 4. So we want to start at minus 116, actually. Hopefully that works. And then, oh wait, did I do that wrong? 4. So for 12, that means there we can go 6 to the left, right? So 6 times 24. This is, minus 4. Okay, so minus 140 then. And then 24 times 4. 24 times 4. Oh, I do not like this background music. What is this crap? Oh, this is from a different game for once. Normally I have to take off PSO2. Or PSU, sorry. Okay. 7 minus 103. So let's see if this as a default position. Actually, let's start at the bottom of the screen so I can actually try to place the bottom left corner correctly. So we have 24 times 9 minus 109 should be 107. So positive 107 should put it near the bottom of the screen. Wait, what's going on? both are the same thing, right? Minus 4107. Oh. Okay, so that fits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, I still got plenty of room behind me. But I don't think I can actually use it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I got 13 horizontally then, vertically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that 9 is sufficient. So 9 vertically, 13 horizontally. So here's, let's go ahead and open up a spreadsheet, and then we can kind of figure out what's going on about what we want to do here. So, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so we're gonna have this grid. Hey, Ponut, welcome to the stream. You missed the competition announcement, but I guess you can always catch it later on VOD or something. But it's on the website, so if you go to emeraldnova.com, you can go see all the rules and stuff. I think it might have been linked early, I don't know. So, because I said I wasn't going to do pathing today, I'm going to hard code an enemy path. So there's going to be something like this, where the X's probably would end up being represented by -1 or something. There we go. So all the X's, let me highlight them, and then we can try to make a path around that. So the X's are going to be essentially, I guess, verboten or whatever. You can't place anything in there. But anything around that, you should be able to place. So we go ahead and put that in red. And that means if you wanted to, say, put down a tower, in this case the towers are going to be represented by ships, because I'm not going to go out and find new assets for this, mini project. You put down a tower, and I'll give the tower a certain range, and when you upgrade it, you get a bigger range, and you get a bigger bullet, since I have those assets now. And I'll set up the same kind of collision. So the same, stupid rudimental Manhattan collision for each asteroid size should be compatible, and I'll just make the asteroids travel from path to path. So once it's on a path, so essentially it'll start on a path, it'll probably start on a path off screen. So really this grid is going to be one bigger in each direction. So really two bigger in each dimension than you visibly see. So instead of being 9 by 13, it's actually going to be 11 by 15. And I just will not allow you to place anything except in 1 up to n-1 spaces. So what we'll do is we'll put down the tower. It'll have a certain range, so I guess I'll extend the range by... We'll end up having to calculate true distance, because otherwise it's just going to look ugly. But what I'll do is I'll have each tower pull pull each asteroid that's alive and find the closest one and fire at it if it's within range. And that should be pretty cheap considering the scale of this game. And then I'll just increase the range by, I guess, 1 for every for every level you put in, because the tower defense games, you always have advancement. So we'll have to have a currency. So I guess your score is going to be, you start with a score of, I don't know, like 10 or something, and each tower costs like 5, and then you increase it by like some number in order to get a bigger tower. So I guess I'll do 5, 10, 20, 50 to try and get bigger and bigger towers. And I'll use the same rules as last time, where bullet will, depending on the size of your tower, will have a, whatchamacallit, a bigger... Crap, I totally forgot what I'm thinking of. You'll, for the sprite for the bullet, let me just go ahead and open up the sprite for the bullet, and I'll try to articulate what I'm saying when I have it. Mines? Where's bullet? Oh, it's under textures, I forgot. Bulls or bulls 2? I think it was bulls 2. Uh-oh, that's, I just opened up GIMP. That's gonna take a minute. No, that's not it. I don't know why my, Oh, okay. I didn't make the spreadsheet there yet. Okay, so there's GIMP. Alright, let's zoom in a little bit. Oh, okay. Touchpad controls. So we have a single bullet for a level 1 tower, and then a double bullet, triple bullet, quadruple bullet. And if a bullet contacts something, it'll go down a bullet size. And that way, you can allow it to, what do you call it? You can allow it to travel forward. And I guess instead of filtering out the tower's ability to see farther away, I'll just limit the bullet's lifetime. So I'll just increase bullet lifetime when I create the bullet, which should still be compatible, right? So let me go back and see what I actually put in bullet.h and bullet.c. Oh, I didn't need that yet. Okay, so we have a launch, we have a speed, draw bullets. Okay, so let me see. Maybe I can just jury rig it so that instead of having a speed, let's see, physics bullets. Instead of having a lifetime, it'll just have a speed, so higher level bullets will just be faster. Child roids, kill the roid, kill the bullet too small. Damage roid, shrink bullet. I know the bullets have a lifetime somewhere. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Time in seconds is greater than... Oh, this is a hard-coded value. So if they only last a quarter of a second. So, you know, one bit shifted... Okay, one fixed bit shifted right 14 times. This is one integer bit shifted right 14 times is going to be essentially whatever the time is times 4. So 1 in this case it is equivalent to a quarter of a second. So 4 would be a full second. But by the time it hits 1, a quarter of a second, it dies. So bullets last a quarter of a second. And then what I can do is I can keep increasing the speed. So default speed times 2 to last twice as long, 3 to last three times as long, and 4 to last, or to go 4 times as long, not last 4 times as long. They last for the same amount of time, they go for a longer distance. Okay, so, yeah, I think we already have a strategy to get this done quickly. So what I'm going to want is I'm going to just create a new function, and I'll just call it. Let me just copy this thing. It's no longer void skip. It is just tower now. This is going to be grid.h. And let's get rid of all these dependencies until we actually need them. Oh. There we go. So the first thing we're going to make... Oh, I probably should have looked at what I was doing there. There we go. An external array, 2D. Okay, let's define grid X size is going to be, what did we decide on? 13. And grid Y size is going to be 9, right? Grid integer. So we're just going to use integer flags. Grid, and then grid X size plus 2. Grid Y size plus 2. Okay. So that will initialize our grid, and then let's add in a little explanation here. So this is going to be grid for holding tower info, etc. Good for holding tower and path info. So what I'm going to do is, I think the easiest way to actually get that path set up so that I don't have to do too much logic is just to hard code in negative values. So positive values, 0 is going to be empty. Positive values is going to be the class of tower that you have up from 1 through 4. And the negative values is going to be your position on that path. So we're going to start over here off of the visible portion of the grid at -1, and get -2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You know how it goes. I'll just keep this on this side of the screen for now. We'll do void init grid and then we'll save this as grid.c and actually put in the code there. So this is going to be initialize grid, so this is going to be empties grid and sets up pathing. So for whatchamacallit, integer I equals 0, I less than grid size x plus 2, I plus plus, and then something similar but with J. So we'll do the 0 grid. Oh, J is going to be Y. There we go. Okay, so we're just going to do grid ij is equal to 0. Let me just do a quick sanity check. I want to make sure that the way I'm initializing stuff actually makes sense. Where do I have a two-dimensional array or that I initialize? So I'm pretty sure the comma thing is not gonna fly. I think I need to do this. No, so we need to get rid of that extern. Okay, so we're gonna 0 the grid, and then we're gonna hard code path. So if we're looking at x coordinates horizontal, y coordinates vertical, and left-handed. So grid equal to minus something. So we'll do grid. Oh, do I have insert? Oh, there we go. No. Oh, my numlock was off. That's why. And insert back on. Okay. 0, 5. It's going to be minus 1. And then we have 0. No, 1, 5. And we'll just keep going like this for a while. And follow that path that I hard-coded. Chat's a bit dead. Is anyone still alive out there? Because right now I'm just copying over a hard-coded path, so I don't have to do any complicated logic tonight. Oh well. Sorry to hear that, Kachika. Rest in peace. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's probably the optimal way to actually watch a stream. Especially considering how long mine run for. I could never figure out how that map editor even worked. Like, I think there needs to be some sort of tutorial, but I would be willing to make a tutorial if I could figure it out, but I just can't. I don't know how to use it or what it's supposed to be used for even. So the way I do like level design and stuff like that is just these weird jury-rigged ways that there's no reason they should work like that. I mean, I'm sure when Joe uses it, it makes sense because he used it to make that Sonic level in his demo, and it basically works. Oh wait a minute, crap. Okay, 2 2, and then that's 3 2, and now that's 4 2, and now it's 4 3. And I'm trying to figure out what my coordinate system looks like. Because I'm copying this thing over. So I got that thing as a guide. So 4 4. Oh, that's a little bit rough. I don't see any reason why 2D game on the Saturn shouldn't just run 60 frames all the time. I don't see situations where you can't compress the logic down to make it work good, because I mean, I can't imagine a 2D game that would stress the system out that much. Okay, we're going all the way up to 12 on this one. All right. And then up to 6. And then back from 11 toward 6 again. So we're going to 6, 6. So, what exactly are you converting it to, though? What kind of files is it useful for converting? Five. Okay, 6, 5. Up to 2. So that but doesn't that, well, I guess for P data, if you're going straight to pure SGL, but I thought, isn't everyone basically using some version of the Z-Stream engine, or at least the older one, anyways? So, I mean, who's using straight up SGL for 3D and Homebrew right now? Doing 6.2 to 8.2, okay. So 8.3, oh, we're getting there. 8.4. Just go ahead and make a bunch of these empty spaces. Nine, 4, 10, 4, okay. We got 10, 3, minus 40, okay. Here's the thing, Johannes is currently working on updates to the Joe engine. I think he's changing the way that he's handling 3D. I don't know. But it looks like he's adding new features. Like he's got that BDP2 plane support and stuff. If you check his Twitter, it kind of slowed down recently, but I know he was working on stuff. Wait a minute. 4, 3, 10, 2. 11, 2. That's what I want. Twelve, 2. Oh, we're almost done. 12, 3. 12, 4. 13, 4, and then finally 14, 4. Stern, int path end. Path end is now going to be minus 47. That's just going to be the thing that tells you when so I'm going to send asteroids down this path, and they're going to go from one negative number to the next. Once they hit minus 47, then I guess you could just kind of lose or something. Yeah, so I mean, I've never actually used Joe Engine's 3D pipeline myself because I skipped straight to the Z-Stream engine. Because when I was asking, originally when I was asking how to do this kind of stuff, everyone just pointed me toward that. It probably would have been better to learn off of SGL first because I didn't know what I was doing. But this this documentation should point out a little bit of stuff. And of course, the sample files should also help try to figure out what's going on there. But if you have some form of P data, I think you can point toward P data or some sort of equivalent. Let me see. Yeah. So yeah, so a Joe 3D quad. Oh, this feels backwards. How does a quad have P data by itself? I thought, oh, no. Okay, so you have like an array of P data for an object, I guess, or something like that. I don't know what the structure is that actually incorporates every quad that you want in some sort of object. Like there needs to be some level higher than quad in order to contain a group of quads, but yeah, whatever. Anyway, back to the game. So, let's see if we can't get asteroids to follow this path. Yeah, it's in there. So if you go to that link, you should be able to figure out how to use SGL to generate 3D stuff. But I think at this point, because I've actually documented it on my scenario streams, in a way, you could watch me kind of stumble through trying to get those 3D shapes onto screen over a few streams, so you might want to just end up using the Sonic Z-Stream engine and go that route, because you actually see what's going on. And there's a pipeline directly from Blender through to the Saturn. It's a minus, okay. Okay, so how are we going to get the roids to follow this kind of logic? We have to completely rewrite the logic of the roids, don't we? Well, let me go ahead and shove grid.c into the make file. I mean, if you're going to do 3D stuff, you just have to end up learning how to use Blender at some point. I don't know that there's a real choice there. I mean, anything that'll output an object file should work. Okay, so for people that don't want to spend that kind of money getting licenses for proprietary software, you could just use free software that does the same thing. Why would you want to pay for that when Blender, you can just learn Blender? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like saying, don't use PDF Creator or something like that. Just go pay Adobe for the Adobe Pro Acrobat license. I mean, I try to use things that are just readily available, and Blender, I think Blender's open source, which is a plus. Because I mean, you can even write your own scripts for it if you need to. Okay, so there's position. Okay, these are fixed positions. So, we'll do two more. We'll do some path variables. Previous path and next path. And then we're going to have to do some stuff with pathing logic. So the physics of the roids is going to change fundamentally. It's going to... actually, who does the collision? Does the bullet do the collision, or does the roid do the collision? Okay, so there's a roids array. That makes sense. And then the bullet will collide with that. So I think the bullets can just do whatever they want at this point, so that we don't have to care too much about those bullets. Let me see. So for when we create the roid, we have the position, path. Oh, thanks for the follow. Okay, let's try to pronounce this. Oh my goodness. Levitain. Is that correct? I don't even know where to start with that. Like the AE thing, isn't that like a special character that you can do? Like if you're trying to learn like Ancient Norse or Old English or something like that. Okay. First thing we want to do is set up the pathing. So pathing should be... what is pathing going to be? No, not that part. Is going to be equal to -1. Okay, so it's on -1. It's heading toward -2. And this is the create roid, so we're just initializing the roid here. Okay, so position, we're gonna have to have some grid logic here. So let's okay. So here's one of my the annoying parts about C is that let's say I want to return a can I do this right? That looks fine. Okay, so let's say I want to return two values. I want to return an x and a y. What I'd have to do is I'd have to pass in a pointer in order to get that done. So we'll do void find path with numbers input. That's even worse. I don't need to institute a new struct just to point out a coordinate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to input the number, and I'm just going to point to int. That's not going to be int, is it? The coordinate coord 2. Is that kosher? Can I do that? Yeah. Well, I'm just going to input a structure there inside the. I'm going to initialize it in the logic, call it in find path, and it'll just write into coord and return. Well, that reminds me, I did put a return statement here. There we go. Oops. Fun fact: Control D duplicates the line that you're on in Notepad++. I just learned that 5 seconds ago. Find path. Writes, finds a grid location with entry equal to num writes to board. Alright. We'll just do the same logic as in the zero grid thing here. Okay. So if grid logically equals to num, then coord 0 is equal to I, coord 1 is equal to j, return. Else, just return -1 indicates not found. So initialize to error state or write to error state. Write default error state. So I'm just going to write this as -1 -1. Okay, does anyone see any problem with the way I wrote this? So I can say that I have a too big array pointer that I'm passing in, and I can just address it like this and return. Kajiko, I'm planning on just trying to get a rudimental proof of concept tower defense game, and I'm going to quit. I don't know how long it's going to take me, hopefully not too late. I just want to get this thing actually running. I don't want to have to turn this into a two-parter. I feel like int pointer to coord would be sufficient, and then the indexes will be implied. Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. Don't feel compelled to stick around on my behalf. I only do that to Ponut and Shane. Okay, so we have initializing a grid. We have finding a portion on the path that matches and writing it to a coordinate. Oh, let's see. Bool check place valid. And we'll also pass in a chord there. And this logic we're not going to use it just yet, but we're going to use it in a little bit. Check if placement is valid. So returns true if grid location is crap. Actually, I think I'm over engineering it here with the pointer. I'm just to do int x int y is placeable or upgradable. So again, negative grid coordinate or negative entries on the grid indicate that that's a path where asteroids could be traveling, so we're not going to allow placement of towers there. Everywhere else is fair game up until it hits 4, at which point I'm going to cut it off. So bool valid equal false if grid x, y greater than or equal to 0, valid equal true, I don't even need this variable here. Here. Return true, otherwise return false. There we go. Nice and simple. Just something I'll be probably calling all the time. For the roids, I probably need to, let's see, roids, we have their pathing set up, and the position should be relative to the pathing. So, we should have a grid size, right? That I defined, yeah, grid space. Let me take this, move it over here. And then we have to include grid. So let's just see if I haven't broken anything yet before I get started. Like implementing stuff. All right. So the idea is, I think we're going to have to go into GIMP and make some stuff. Is that I'm going to have to set up another thing. We have to set up a cursor, just like I did in Minesweeper, and be able to draw it. So let's go over to grid and make a draw command. Draw grid void cursor info. Cursor int. Cursor 2. And then based off of this grid, I'll probably want to start it at 1, 1. Draw grid. All right. Draws paths and cursor. So, okay, let's go ahead and take out this universal logic here for checking the grid. If less than 0, we're going to say draw path. And then we're going to have draw cursor. Let's go ahead and go into GIMP. And if I'm making the grid spacing, what was it, 25? Is that what I said? Grid space 24. So 24, if I'm okay, this is embarrassing I have to do that. But yes, it's divisible by 8, so that's nice. So this we're going to call grid. Let's change the image. What do I need? I need a positive cursor, a negative cursor, and positive cursor, negative cursor, and actual path. So let's change the canvas size to 24, and then 3 times 24 again. I'm not going to depend on myself right now, 72. Change this color to red. Well, red-ish at least. We can make it a lighter red. I think we can. Oh boy, what am I doing? I just want like a less offensive red. Oh, actually, because it's on a black background, this will probably work better. Okay, that one, 23, 23. And then in here. Okay, and then we're gonna want a cursor, and so let's do another color here. Let's do yellow, but not that kind of yellow. I want a pretty obvious bright yellow. There we go. And let's see if we can't draw a nicely shaped cursor. Whoops, okay. That was already not great. So we got 23, so 24 times 2, 48. Okay, so I guess we want to go from here to here to 47. All the way up to 47, and then I'll just make a copy of that cursor button red. So let's make the cursor a little bit on the thick side. Oop, okay. Oop. So let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Okay, and then we'll just kind of copy that shape over. Assuming I did the same shape, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there we go. I don't know why, but it feels a little lopsided to me. What are your guys' opinions on this? So we go from 0 to 7, so that's 8 wide, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 23. So you got 23, 23, and then 23 plus 24 should be 47. So yeah, that's right. No. Take that, copy, paste, move it down here. Only this time we're gonna make it red, but very bright warning red. And we can just paint bucket the rest. This is still grid. Okay, let me see if I need to exit out of this or something. Still grid.xcf. Okay. And now we should be able to do an export. Come on. No compression. Bottom of origin should work. So let's see if I can nail the logic down right the first time. Let's go to the draw command. And where did I start the shift at? Okay. There. So minus 140 is a logical start for that. So minus 140 minus 24. So minus 164. Oh, that's right. I need the grids bit. Okay. Position is an integer. So let's initialize that. Int screen position. Good. Screen position is equal to, how do I initialize it elsewhere? Okay, let's just copy this. Initialize position. So we're going to start this at, for x, minus 164 for 0 coordinate, or 0 index. 164. And then for y coordinate, what am I using right now? 107 corresponds to y coordinate 9. So I need to go back basically I need to go back 9 spaces. So 104 times 9. Where's that sign flip thing? There we go. It's 107 minus 109. Okay. So that should work. Minus 109. Now, I do not recall what the screen position coordinate is meant to be for things that are closer or further away. So where's the draw roids command? There's create roids, reset roids, set roids, count roids, draw roids. There we go. It's also 500. Huh. What about the bullets? How do I draw the bullets? Bullet physics. Draw bullets. Okay, everything's 500. That's not going to work for me. So let's try 510. Because this needs to be behind whatever I put on it. Okay. I think bigger numbers are further away. That's what I recall. Yeah, that should be right. Okay, 510. Now let's do 550 just for safety's sake. And then, you have to set position. It's going to be this plus grid space times I and times J. Did I make a cursor yet? Yeah, cursor info. There we go. It should be here. Equal 1, comma 1. No extra in there. set cursor position. And it's just called cursor then, okay. Cursor 0. Oh, wait. This part. Cursor 0, and then cursor 1. We should probably actually load up the initialize player ship. Probably has the loading code for the sprite. It does not. Okay, so who handles ship speed? PL ship, ship angle. Okay, seriously, who handles ship speed? Sprite loader? Is it sprite loader? Well, what do you know? It's sprite loader. Let's do grid speed. And then load sprites, I just gotta put that in there too. Oh my goodness, okay. Grid.tga. Uh-oh. Oh, I used the wrong kind of tile here. Let's find out. Yeah, because there's hard-coded tiles, or no, there's not hard-coded tiles. I make the tiles. We'll do 24 times 3. Now, I recall there being certain issues with, what was it called? The palette. Somehow the palette was getting screwed up last time I was doing something like this. But, well, I guess TGA my palette handler. Okay. Maybe that'll do it. Okay. So when I draw the player sprite, or, well, the logic is still here. Okay, let's just do quick find replace. So everywhere that's like ship, say grid, replace all on selection. Oh crap. It's too hasty there. There's no grid angle, it's just 0. And then we'll make cursor status equals 0. And then if cursor, so pointer to cursor, okay, so well, first off, let's draw a cursor. Oops. Grid speed plus cursor status. Grid speed plus 1 plus cursor status. And then that was the reason for having check place valid. and just do pointer to cursor. If not that, then cursor status is now going to be 1. Okay, let's see if this doesn't break my draw command. Draw roids. Draw grid. So what I'm expecting to see, whoops, copy. What I'm expecting to see is a red path across the screen. It's probably not going to work the first time. Nope. Ah, okay. Okay, I did that wrong. So check place valid is declared in 2 different ways. So I decided, hey, I don't need to do that. But it's probably better if I do it that way. I was right the first time. Because I can just pass the structure in. Or not the structure, I keep saying structure. I can pass the array in. Okay, what happened this time? Rid. Oh, and XY, what's up with that? I'm writing this like I'm in like MATLAB or Python or something. Okay, 162, 132. Yeah, I'm getting lazy. 162. You should both say grid. Find replace, broke it. Another one. Undeclared X. Ah! I remember. Okay, so we have int X is equal to chord 0. Y is chord 1. Okay. Try again. Okay, compiles, that's a good sign. I'm expecting red path across the screen, and then we'll figure out the logic of getting the roids to walk across it. There's no red path across the screen. Why is that? So grid spid is grid spid. Oh, okay, yeah. It doesn't know what to do with this. So I probably need to do an include of the sprite loader. Doesn't know what grid spit is. Why doesn't it know what grid spit is? It's undeclared. It's not undeclared. It's over here in sprite loader. Start in. Oh, well, maybe I need to do grid spit. But it is definitely declared. It should be loaded with the initialization command. And then grid itself should import the sprite loader. So the sprite loader. Oh, that doesn't make any sense at all there. But grid split should happen, and then the load sprites, that happens way at the beginning of the actual start of the program, should happen. It should know what grid split is. No, I did not mean grid space. Don't try to get things backwards there. So there is a grid spid. It's externalized over here. Grid spid. Sprite ID. There it is over there. And it is called over here. Hey, you know what? Maybe this isn't including grid. That's .h. Probably need to do that. Okay, now I'm gonna need some help. If anyone's still semi-conscious out there, I have an externalized integer that I want to call, and it's not recognizing it in grid.c. So grid.c should include grid.h, and actually, no, this doesn't belong here. That was probably it. That probably killed it. Okay, that looks like it's compiling. Still no grid drawn. I don't know what's up with that. It should have that red grid being drawn up, and it's being loaded the same way as everyone else. And the cursor itself is not even being drawn. So what's up with that? So we are loading the sprite loader. Grid spid. Oh, there's only 3 of them, right? That might have broken it. Still no grid. What is up with that? So what happens when I try to draw the ship as grid.tga? Probably nothing good. Let's find out. There's the physics, there's the input, game loop, main function, draw. There we go, draw command. Test ship draw. Okay, let's just do, for the draw ship, let's just do grid spid. So it's not drawing anything. So is it not loading in the sprite? What's going on there? grid.tga. It's in there, right? Yeah, it's right there. So what is the issue? $24 by $72. So, okay, let's just real quick check TGA tile set and see what it has to say. Subdirectories text, file name, transparent color should be the same. Index 1, tile set, definition, tile count, 3 of them. So if it fails, let's try printing grid spit and see what happens. If it fails, it should have returned -1, which means there's an issue. Where's the game? What happened to the game? Where'd it go? Oh, whoops. Didn't know what to do with that. I don't know why they didn't throw an error the first time. Grid Spid 9. It should know what grid is. It should know how to print a grid, or display it or something. Okay, let me add in a couple more things. On the input command, I'm going to put in A and B, and I'm going to be able to increment grid spid. So at the very least, I should be able to induce another sprite to load, if at least incorrectly. There we go. And I'm guessing it looks like it's trying to use the palette for the first ship. Yeah, it's using the palette for the ship, which means it might be pulling the wrong colors. Okay, because I put all the colors I needed hard-coded in the first part. So let's see if I'm using the wrong palette. So what's my draw command for the player ship look like? Aha! I need to set the palette. So the palette should be, how do I draw the roids? Because that'll tell me. Roids are on palette 2. So it looks like ship is palette 0, bullets are palette 1, roids are palette 2. I need to do grid spit palette 3. So let's palette 3. There we go. Then I'll probably do it. Is there anything else I'm missing now that I'm still here looking at this kind of crap? Okay, so there's restore sprite scale. We don't need to change the sprite scale. This should probably be here too. It's not quite what I was going for. But it's not frozen. So the grid itself, it does not appear to be. Oh, you know what? So let's double check. So the cursor location, that looks right, and the grid location, that also looks right. That looks right too. So what is the big problem? I just do 1 and then rate it to 2. So going back to that sprite draw command, what was it called? This is Joe sprite draw rotate, right? That's probably not here. That's probably going to be under sprites. So you need a Joe position 3D. So I should probably initialize it as that. But do I have it like that? It should be like that, yeah. And then when I do it with the ship position, I shift right. So the ship position is fixed going to integer. So these are integer positions. This should be correct. Okay, so grid space is still 24. So grid space plus cursor location. Cursor location is currently in 1-1. So this should not be off screen. This should look correct. And then we have grid position, grid space times I. This should work correct as well. Draw grid, okay, well draw grid's definitely getting called. But real quick, Oh, you know what? Maybe I think I've run into this before. I think I remember what the issue is. I think I need to go all the way up to 32. I think 24 might not work. Let's try that. Image canvas size. Let's do 64 and then 64 times 3. 192. Is there a shape tool I can use, or... No, maybe I'll just move all this crap down. So where is 64? 64, okay, so I should move this... No? This is 64, 65, 63, 64. Okay, there we go. I'll just try to align the top left corners and hopefully that works out. So the first element should be on 128, right? Right there. 128, 127. All right. Let's try that. Let's try exporting that. Grid.tga and replace it. And now we can go back and redefine the tile. Oh, that's interesting. This is not externalized. I don't know if that affects anything. It shouldn't, but it might. Let's just be careful. Okay, let's try that. Oh, okay. 64. Well, that's interesting. The sprite doesn't line up correctly at all. And when I try to draw it on the cursor, it doesn't work. Oh yeah, the cursor's on the wrong palette anyway. So let's fix that. I mean, the way I implemented the cursor, it doesn't even do what it's supposed to do. So let's go back to the input and actually do what the cursor's actually meant to do. So up should actually just be cursor 0. Up is minus, okay. Minus equal 1. Plus equal 1. plus equal 1. Okay, so now the controller is actually controlling the cursor, which is correct. I can probably take off the where's the my draw command for that? Draw ship. Yeah, the draw ship. For this test ship, I think I can comment this one out. No, that's the one I want to keep, I think. It's, this guy I want to comment out. But now, for the grid draw command, it should be calling the correct palette, grabbing the correct sprite ID. Okay. Putting it in the correct position, no rotation. What's true and false? Okay, going back to that. Centered style coordinates. Maybe? I don't know. Billboard false. Okay, so maybe this will work. I can't figure out why the size is not correct. Oh, that's even worse. So when I press right, it goes down. When I press left, it goes up. And pressing up goes left, press down goes right. I've reversed the coordinates somehow. Shouldn't have done that. So let's go back to the inputs. And then we'll address what's going on here. So up should be 1, 1, 0, 0. Okay, yeah. Now, why is it drawing the wrong number? Or it's drawing the wrong sprite size, I guess, or what have you. Let's go over the sprite loader. So fundamentally speaking, this should just work, right? This is technically 64 by 64 sprites. So if I grab, no, not that. If I grab this area here, this should be 64 by 64, right? Is that what that says? Yeah. And so if I look at the TGA file, it's the exact same thing with the correct palette. So why, when I draw it, does it seem to be cutting it in half somehow? So let's go to the sprite loader, look at the tiles. It says it's using 64 by 3 tile set. 64 by 3 is essentially the same as 64 by 4 missing the last line. Should be just fine. In fact, if I want to be lazy about this, what I can do is I'll use the same tile set. And what was I using? Roids? Where's the Roids XFF or XCF? Oh, there's no Roids XCF file. Okay, that's weird. But for Roids, what I can do here is I can take a 64 by 64 area and just completely overwrite the same exact thing and remake what I want to do properly. And in fact, what I can do is I can just resize it. So 24 out of 64. Is that an even division? No, it is not. Okay. What are the other sprite sizes I'm using? 16? No. Well, okay, we'll do it this way. So I'll save this as grid.xcf. So let's do a quick calculation there. So 64 minus 24 is 40. So we want a buffer of 20. So I want to start on 2020. So let's do that kind of maroonish color that I liked. There we go. Here, and we draw 240, 20 pixels wide, 20 pixels tall. There we go. And then wipe all this out. And that. Okay, there we go. And now what I can do is I can use this as a template. Where is a 64 line? So where's this thing start? We need to start this thing on exactly 64. Alright, it's on 64. There, good. Okay. And now I can just do a, probably just like a blue color. So yeah, you can place here. That's a little too blue. Let's tone down the blue a bit. There we go. Okay. And let's do a copy here. There, let's zoom in a bit first. From 00 to 63. $128. Okay, then we'll do our two other cursor things. We'll do yellow cursor, and then we'll do red cursor. One, two, three, 5, 2, 3, 5. Okay, so remake the cursors in a bigger palette or a bigger sprite size, and hopefully that'll do it. Okay, now we're gonna paint in the rest here. Copy this area. Paste. Paste. Oh. So to keep in accordance with what this order is, so red, blue, so I'll do red, yellow, so it matches. Okay, so this is my grid. We'll export it properly to the TGA. Yes, we want to replace it. Export. And now, hopefully, that will do it. I hope. Okay. And we'll play with the cursor logic loop. So the cursor status starts at 2, and if it's valid, it gets another one. Oh, yeah, you're gonna have to catch it on VOD later. Basically, if you go on my website, the announcement is there, and all the rules are there. You see the judges. So, you know, emeraldnova.com, and it's the first thing you see. There's also, if you go on the SEGA Extreme forums, the thread should be there too. Right now, I'm working on a tower defense game. For some reason, I can't get my sprites to draw the way I want them to, and I think it has something to do with the size. Okay, that looks... This is logical. Why isn't it drawing the freaking path? If it can draw the cursor, why can't it draw the path? Does it not, Oh, well, I gotta cut it off there. Yeah, I have to do some calling on the cursor. Also, the cursor should be checking to see if it's valid. So the path, when it I do not initialize the path. I never had a chance of doing anything because I didn't initialize the grid. I need to initialize the grid. I don't know. See, if opponent was actually like listening, he would have told me immediately I was an idiot, but I didn't do that. Yeah, I should have caught that like immediately. So now, while we're here, let's go ahead and add the logic for the cursor. So, cursor logic. See, there's no real good place to put the cursor logic right now. So, draw grid. A draw command should not also contain logical commands. But for now, I will put it here and I'll move it somewhere else later because there'll be like a physics thing. So, I'll just call it cursor logic. If cursor 0 less than or equal to 0, cursor 0 is that's less than or equal to, should equal where's that thing, grid X size. Greater than grid X size. And remember that that we want values between 1 and grid X size because it is grid X size plus 2 big, and there's stuff outside of out of that central area. So we want that border to wrap around to this. And we'll do the same for the Y direction. There we go. I mean, the spacing could use with some work, but did I skip a step? What is that? Okay. So we start at the beginning, and this is -2, -3, -4, -5, -6. Oh no, please don't tell me I have to renumber everything. I think I skipped one step. Okay, let's see how it went. Remember, I have to have 2-2 in my grid initialization. So, where is that? Yep, I skipped it. Oh no. Okay, I gotta manually change all this crap. Okay, so that means we have to change our goal to path end to 48. You know what? I think I made the grid or the grid sprites wrong, because I think I made them 20 by 20 and they should have been 24 by 24. I mean, I kind of like it like this. I don't know. But they're not centered, and that's going to be a problem later, so let's go ahead and fix it. This isn't even right. Discard changes. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix this. Yeah, you can already tell it's kind of off-center. I need to give it a 4 more pixels on each end. I'm not even really using the... Oops, I need to be sure. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I'm not even using the blue one, but I just keep it vestigial so that I can reuse that, whatchamacallit. I can reuse that tile definition. And I think a Joe engine just works better with 64 by 64. I think that's probably the reason why I went 64 by 64 for almost everything. Oh, what just happened? Crap, okay. No, undo. Okay, first off, let's define this. That background color. Okay, so we'll take this. Cut, paste, move right 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, take this, cut, paste, move down 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Cut, paste, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cut, paste, 1, 2, 3, 4. Save, export. Okay, now the path should be solid. There we go. Why is this off center? Oh, it's not a... Well, it's... Is it the wrong size? It looks like the right size here. It looks like the wrong size here. I don't know if that's Mendefend or if that's me screwing up. It looks like I went 1 pixel too many on the yellow. Let me see. Here's the thing, though, is that I do have work in the morning, so I'm thinking maybe... Yeah, that's 25 by 25. I went one too far. I'm thinking I'm going to make this a two-parter. What I'm going to do, if I can't... unless something really obvious comes along by the time I hit bullets. There we go. Export as grid.tga. There we go. Okay, so that's fixed. So I have the cursor system running. And what I can do is, let's give myself a score. What's my score going to initialize to? Where do I store my score? Under shit? Main? I have a score somewhere. Where does that come from? Is it under bullet? No? Player. Yes, player. Okay. Player score, let's initialize to 100. And then let's make some cursor logic. So now we're going to have something called place tower. Void place tower. And this we're going to call this anytime we press A. So for now, place tower places or upgrades tower at cursor location if valid. So escape if invalid, and we already have a function that does that. We have check place valid. There we go. And we can input the pointer for cursor. Convenient. And now, oh, you know what? We're gonna have to import player because player's got my score, right? Yeah. So we're gonna have to import player into grid. Or include. I'm speaking in Python. Player.h. If score is sufficient, upgrade tower. Oh, you know what? This need to be logical. If not this, what? Oh, screwed that up. Return. There we go. If okay, grid cursor 0, cursor 1 equals 0. Okay, and then and we probably also need under player upgrade cost. Stern and upgrade cost. This is going to have for levels 1, 2, and 3 to go from 0 to 1, 1 to 2. Okay, we want to go from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 2. Okay, so there's 4 of them. Upgrade costs, okay, 4 of them. And, okay, so let's hard code some values here. So to put down a tower, I'm going to say 50. To upgrade it the first time's 100, and then 200, and then 400. I realize now that my grid is probably going to have tower angles as well, so I'm going to have to store that. Okay, so we could take upgrade cost from player. So player needs to be ported here. Score greater than or equal to upgrade cost. Then we decrement score and upgrade tower. Oh, I'm doing this thing again. There we go. This could probably be done in a for loop. Oh, you know what? I can just find int level is equal to this. Since I'm storing it like this, if score is greater than upgrade cost, that means decrement score by that. Decrement that. Oh, if level strictly less than 4. And score is valid. Then we return. And we probably, for the draw grid command, we're going to want to now I'm thinking we might want to figure out a way to indicate what level the ship is at, but I haven't even prepared a sprite for that. I don't know if I want to do that tonight. So let's take that, put it into the so there's path, and then so this is for the grid. So here we have path logic, and then here we have towers. That ought to work. There. Put its in position. Okay, let's see if that does it. So right now, I should have a system to Oh boy, what did I break? 224. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, let's try that. So ideally, if I try to place on a path, I won't be allowed to. And if I try... Oh my goodness. You know what? I screwed up the logic there, and I'll tell you exactly how. My greater than is actually less than... here. Okay, I've got a score of 100. If I try to place here... Oh, whoops. Okay, I need to change my input function. So my input function, this was still kind of jerry-rigged there. Alright. Okay, So, what is the... There we go, place tower. Nope, that. Nope, that. There we go, jeez. And we no longer need to print out grid spid. I don't think we need to print out round either. Tower. Okay, there we go. We can hide the time for now. I don't need it. Huh. That is not correct. So what happens when I try to place one here? Okay, there's some sort of weird constant offset that shouldn't be happening. Also, it looks like the... So the red grid looks fine to me. Yellow is off by 1? Let me see if it's actually off by 1. So right and bottom look correct. Left looks wrong, top looks... Okay. Thought I fixed that. Okay, we gotta lower this down. 1, alright. Well, we can go to this right. 1, okay, there we go. Export as a grid. Replace. Yep, okay. So that problem solved. Now the other problem, why is it when I place the tower... Place the tower, place tower, place tower. Where's the... Okay. Cursor 0 is the X position. Cursor 1 is Y position. Okay. Yeah. So when drawing it... Where's the draw command? Okay. Draws the tower. I is X, J is Y. Okay, that makes sense. Oh! I wasn't updating it. Okay, let's try that. Okay, cursor checks out. I want to put, there we go. Can't upgrade that. Is he slightly off center? Oh, I need to put him down just one more pixel. Let me see. That's gonna bother me. Okay, I need to artificially shift down the ship by 1 pixel because that's just how it works out. But I need to have a button that gives me more score for debug purposes. Or I'll just start myself off with more score. 1,000. There we go. Actually, I think I figured out a way to easily get that indicator of what level it is. Let me do one thing. So the bullet.h and then bullet.c. Draw bullet. There we go. Take this logic over here. Put it underneath the tower. No, not there. Well, tower this. We need to adjust screen position. Draw rank. So we want this thing, draw tower, pixel. Set rank position. So x minus equal, put it in the corner, so minus equal 6, I guess. And then y plus equal 6. Bull. Oh, okay. No, because I did a straight copy. I didn't need to do that. This is going to be 0 for now, and I got to change that later. And one more thing is that I have to import bullets, I think. Include bullets. Okay, let's try. Oh, okay, so you see that tiny little bullet indicator over there? It's hard to see because of the scale, but it's small, but it's 1 bullet. And if I upgrade it... Oh, no. I forgot to put that logic in. Okay. First off, let's give myself, like, a stupid amount of score to spend. And second, for the bullet that I'm drawing as the rank... What's the level? Where am I drawing the... And it's not bulls dot size. That's not it. Whoops. I didn't want to change that. It's over here that I want to change. Okay. Draw rank. Okay. Bulls.size. That is going to be replaced by the actual grid position. So the value of the grid is its level, and we need to reduce it by 1. Okay, I can't place a tower there, but I can place a tower here. And like I said, there's that little orange mark there. That should be the bullet. If I upgrade it... Oh, it's too small. I need to make it bigger. But you see how it changed. 3, 4. But I made it so small that you can't really see what's going on, so I gotta make it bigger. So, 14 is too aggressive. Let's try doubling the size. One, two, three. No. I probably have to come up with some custom rank indicators because the sizes are not quite working out because of the way it resizes things. I mean, I thought I had something clever there, but I don't. What I might have to do is I might have to just do a print statement at that exact location. Or what I could do is I could do this. Draw a single bullet and loop it and increment the Y position by 2 every time. Okay, equal 1 or 0. K less than the grid. K plus plus. Set this back down to 14. Be a little bit more generous with the Y coordinate. But then increment. So what I'm doing is I'm just drawing the level 1 bullet up to 4 times. One, 2, 3, 4. That works out. Could be worse. And it's an indicator. It's something. It might be hard to tell. If I were to ever expand this, I'd actually make it like a proper thing. I can't expand fast forward. There we go. Okay, we can place towers. That's great. Do we have enough time to actually get roids to move down this path? Maybe we can try that. So let's look at some roid physics. They can keep the angular velocity, I don't care too much about that. Normal velocity, when you create the roids. So it's basically 1. Position determine velocity. We should probably get an entire function just to do that. So void update void velocity. And it has all the information it already needs built in. Update void velocity. So orient void velocity toward next path goal. And I think we're going to have to import the grid in order to do that, or include. So, determine x and y, or delta x, so basically dx, dy. So, okay, the roid has property. Well, actually, we can look at the struct over here. So the roid itself, we should probably point it at it. This should be an integer. Int id, roid id, because we have actually, no, you know what? We can just loop through everything. Velocities, plural. Loop through roids. Or enter I equals 0, I less than roids is 128. If let me see, roids, they need to be, the roid needs to be alive. Okay. Done alive. Roids I, dead alive. Okay. Then we get to actually do something. Okay, first step, determine dx dy. Just initialize it back here. Dx, dy is equal to grid Okay, let's go back and look at the logic here. So we need to find a path. Coordinate. Okay, so we need to have a previous coordinate and a next coordinate, and we will call find path on the grid. Okay. Pre-coord 2 and next coord 2. Find path, and then that's going to be roids. Previous path. The previous coord? What's the struct say? No, we have path previous and next path. Oh, that's horribly written. I don't know why. Who let me get away with that? Find path. Okay, so that's the ID that we're looking for, and we're going to write it into the pointer for previous coordinate. next coordinate. Next path. Right? Is that property of the void? Yeah, next path. That means dx is going to be equal to next chord 0 minus previous chord 0 same with dy. And velocities, I guess we just set to 1 based off of where's our initialization thing? Don't need to look at drawroids right now, or physroids. Update roid velocity. There we go. So it goes from -1 to 1. I'll just give it yeah, I'll just give it a 1. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so write new velocity with magnitude 1. Is equal to dx times 1 bit shifted left 16 times. At least that's what it looks like here, right? Velocity 0, velocity 1. Oh, simple. And now we can call this during the physics update. Update velocities. Alright. And for the physics, we don't need a screen wrap. We do need to move the roids by their velocity. We do want to iterate the angle. That still works out. And update path if close. So determine velocity. So velocity, I'm going to initialize to 0 for now. Angular velocity can still be random if it wants to be. Angle is not important. I believe size was randomly determined. No, it's there. Okay. Okay, so all that's there is needed is there. Let me see. Update path of close. So the roid position okay, first off this minus so for the grid, or no, they have, the roids have path previous. So path previous, we're going to want to actually steal the logic back from over here. We have previous chord, next chord. Okay, so we write in the coordinates for previous and next chord, and then actually we only need the next chord, really, because we're checking to see if it's arrived. If it's arrived, then that means we can iterate the path, so it starts heading toward the next path location. So next chord, 0. Oops. We're going to bit shift it left 16 times. Bit shift it right 16 times. If that is less than, oh, we don't need to bit shift it after that. We can just do less than 1 shifted left 16 times. And the same thing, but with Y. Then we can take droids path previous and path previous and next path, and then iterate them. And also probably set the roid position correctly. It's going to be equal, so we set it to exactly the next coordinate. Basically 0 at that distance. Update path and snap to grid if close. I think that logic should be enough. So now we have to have something generate a roid. Okay. Position. Oh, we don't have to do this. What we can do is we can take that find grid. So there's draw grid. And we already know checklist valid works. We already have an initialization. We want to find path. We want to find path on -1 and write it to position. Okay, what's create roid do for size? We should do size 0 for now, because we're going to have to update some more logic doing that. So... let's take that and map it to a button. Let's call it 1. So if I did this correctly, pressing Z should... ah, crap. Update Roid route. So Roid 26 or 226. Yeah, that's wrong. Equals. Okay. Or else did I screw that up? Hopefully I didn't copy paste that all over the place. So when I press Z, it should create a Roid, and the Roid should start following a path. Nope. Did not follow that path. It's not even moving, it's not even... didn't even start in the right location. What's up with that? Okay. Let's figure this out. Drawing roids. You should draw them at the correct screen position. Okay. When I create the roid, doesn't need to be this. Oh, yeah, it's importing the grid. So why is it generating at the center of the screen? When I create the roid, it should be sitting in a position. So position... and then the relative velocity should be updating according to path previous and path next. Oh, maybe I didn't define these when I created the thing. That's probably an issue. Next one, 0. Next path. Maybe that did it? Getting a lot of errors about how I'm addressing pointers. It's still not doing it. In fact, it's not even rotating. It should have some random rotation on it, right? So what's up with that? I press Z. I set one roid. Setting one roid should... give it a random angle. Okay, wait. I didn't even need that. That's no longer relevant. That's no longer relevant. Where else do I call find path? Oh, this is a fixed. I can't do that with a fixed. Okay, so I have to have int grid location. Put that there, and then write the position 0 is equal to grid location 0 shifted left 16 times. Same here. That should at least start at the right location, even though it's not rotating, which is another behavior that should be not happening. It should randomly rotate. Nope, it's still in the wrong place. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put in another print statement, but this one I'm going to screen for a living roid. %d, comma, %d. And the roid will have a position that's fixed. Okay, so position 0 shifted right 16 times. And then there. And this should tell me what's going on. I put that on the wrong line. Okay, let's try that again. This is going to be line 2, and this is going to be roid position. Okay. Getting closer. So it should be at 0, 5. But, okay, so the position is being written correctly. It's not being drawn correctly. So the drawing, the draw roids command is screwing up somehow. Wait a minute. That's a grid location. Okay, I see. I've got some of the logic a little bit backwards here. Okay, so when I set the roid, we have a grid location, but the grid location has a logic to it. Here. There we go. We have to copy this over. There we go. Okay. We'll do the same thing over here, except this should be minus 109. So I was trying to flip-flop between the grid coordinate and actual pixel screen space coordinates, which is wrong. Okay. And then we got a position. Okay. So at the very least, it should start in the right location, but then the velocity and the angular, rotation are not happening. And I don't know why that broke, because I don't think I got rid of that part of the draw command. Okay, it's not there. Let's try creating it on path number -2, and we'll go back and fix it afterwards. So when we initialize it, should be -1, -2, position. There we go. So it should place it on -2, and then the next path that's gonna be created is with the -2. So that means when I do the update the Roid logic, if it finds out that the next path location is overlapping with the coordinate that it found for that location on the path, then it should... Oh, that's minus. It's another thing that's wrong. It's going backwards, it's going more negative, not more positive. Yeah, but it's not moving. Why is it moving? -40 and 11, or -140 and 11. So I would think it would be down here. You know what? I think the path is being drawn here. Okay, when I draw the path, it should be behind, and I don't think I'm doing that. So I think the grid drawing thing is overriding the position. Okay. Okay, it's starting where I want it to start. That's good. It's not moving. That's bad. So, let's figure out... okay, so there's this line. Let's try... Oops. Path. So that's going to be path. Previous, right? And then next path. And on top of that, let's find out what the velocity is. What's going on with that? Oh, I did it again. Okay. So the path is being set to 0 somehow. That's wrong. Also, velocity. Maybe... Well, maybe that might have had something to do with it. Okay, so it should be heading to -2, but the check for -2 should tell it, hey, you're on -2 now, so keep moving. Right? It should have snapped it to -2 and then iterated the path. So... let's try this. Okay, first off, why is my asteroid not being created with an angular momentum? That should be... yeah, Joe Random. Or angular velocity, yeah. So create roid, that should happen. Do I not have... oh, maybe I think I turned off the roid physics. That might be an issue. Did I do that? We don't need to draw. That's draw the ship anymore. We have draw roids, we got draw grid with the input, physics, angle. Oh no! I turned this off. Okay, let's take this. Put it right here. That's probably why nothing's happening. Well, that's weird. Okay. I have a feeling I know what's going on. It's not going to the correct location. It's because I'm probably screwing. I'm doing the same mistake again here, where the next coordinate and the position are two different things. So the coordinate position need to be translated. Yeah, it is. It's yeah. That's exactly how you would describe that. So the coordinate, there's a coordinate issue. So the position is fixed and it's supposed to be in pixel space, and the grid position is in grid space. And I keep confusing the two, and I can't do that. So what it's doing is it's rapidly approaching the end of the path in its internal logic, and then once it reaches the end of the path, it should, I think it should stop, probably. So where's update velocity? Update velocity, okay. Next, okay. If this is alive and this is less than, okay, what's the ultimate grid location? Path end. Actually, what I mean to say is greater than. Right? Greater than or equal to. So this should translate it back into pixel space. Ah, no. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's got a very high positive. Let's see if I can reset. I want to see what's going on as slow as possible. So let's actually slow this bullet down, or this asteroid down by a great deal, and see why. Why is it so fast? The velocity should be out of position. Position should be... It really should not be this fast. When I create the roid... Let me see. Yeah, I have to update the roid velocity. Here, let me take this out. Stop if at path end. Is greater than path end. Just set this to 0 for now. This should be super slow. It should not be able to just instantly go from one to the next. The distance calculation might be wrong. Yep, this distance, okay, so it's the same exact issue. So let's just fix this. There's next chord and there's next position. So this should be... next position 0 should basically be this. Yeah, and then I can get rid of this, I can get rid of, oh, I don't want to get rid of that. There we go. This makes the logic a little bit easier to read anyway, but yeah, I keep forgetting to translate between grid space and screen space. Of course, I screwed something up. Where is it? Yep, that doesn't belong there. Oh, actually, it does belong there. What needs to go is here, here, for the bit shift. Okay. I suspect this will still behave a little bit better, but not everything is running exactly as it should be. It is slowly moving. Probably a little too slowly. Let's speed it back up. Where's the velocities? There we go. Okay, so increasing the velocity somehow broke it? That doesn't make any freaking sense. For some reason, I think it reached its goal and then it tried to update, and then the update stopped its velocity or its rotation. So it should be slowly moving to the right. Oh, not that slowly. It is moving to the right, isn't it? I honestly can't tell at this speed. Let's step it up. Velocity set to 0. It's not moving. Why is that? It has... Okay, if it's reached its goal, it should try to increment its goal, right? So I initialize it. Let me see. Previous path should be -2. Next path should be -3. The place where I initialize it. No, I had it right the first time. I start it so that it should be on top of path -2. Right? So off screen is -1. And then coordinate 1, 5 should be -2. And that's defined over here in the initialization. Yeah, 1, 5 is minus 2. So if it starts on top of minus 2, how do I find that position? Okay, I want to put it on top of the position for minus 2. So setroid, yeah, it should be there. Okay, and then the logic for that should be no, it starts out with 0 velocity, so that shouldn't be an issue. Okay. So yeah, velocity is 0, angular velocity is randomized, and we saw that was working. Okay, so when we find out that it has reached its goal, where the position and the next position are less than 1, these are fixed, right? So next position is a Joe fixed. Okay. There we go. Oh, that didn't screw anything up. So let's see. Grid spacing. Oh, this is wrong. This should be 109. Right? That's the grid logic there, 109. 164, 109, right? Okay, there we go. I should probably set that as an actual variable somewhere. So the next position is set correctly. Well, now it is. It wasn't before. Okay, they are rapidly approaching that location. Way too rapidly, actually. Let's slow that down by a lot. See what happened there. I have a feeling this is going to be a two-parter, because it's already starting to get late for me. But, who knows, maybe if I solve this, I can do the bullets real quick, because the bullets are pretty much already done. That's still way too fast. I think something is going on where it's checking grid spacing and not location. Okay, so I started off. The velocity should update, and if it's alive, previous chord, next chord. Oh, this is wrong. Coordinate, find path. Previous chord. So that's a grid coordinate. That's not a position. No, but this should be correct. This should be these should be integers, and the biggest difference they should have is 1. So next chord is next on the path. Previous chord is previous on the path. And if it's at the path's end. So somehow it's getting its next and previous path all the way up to Minus 48. Oh, I wasn't even checking these. I should have been checking these. Crap. Okay. So, it is definitely moving too fast despite how slow I'm making it. So, let's see if we can take it to its logical limit. And when I update it, so I just... No bit shift. Integer 1, not fixed 1. Let's see how rapidly it snaps to grid. So that snap to grid logic might be broken too, because it's snapping it into place there, but for some reason it's not updating the path. Yeah, there we go. So the previous path is -3 and it's trying to head to -4. That means the velocity should have updated to keep it going north. And I believe the snapping to grid might be looking one step ahead. But the velocity is 0. That means it's broken. Position is correct, because it thinks it's starting at -3 and going to -4, and that is the -3 spot. But the velocity is not updating. Oh, there we go. That was incorrect. All right. So find path. That should return a coordinate. All right. Place tower. Draw a grid. Find path. Yeah, it should return coordinate. That's grid space. It should not return a position. Okay, it's moving too slowly to be perceptible, but we can fix that. I think it's actually trying to follow the correct instructions now, so let's give it something to work with. Okay. Oh, okay. What the heck? How did it get all the way over there? Why is it randomly deciding when to go fast and when to go slow? The inconsistency in behavior just doesn't make any sense. It's consistently inconsistent. So if I get a whole bunch of them lined up, they go really, really fast when they go down and right, because I'm not screening with absolute value. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so where's the logic for that? How do I update root velocity? No, snap. Snap, snap, snap. Okay. Is it absolute or Joe absolute? I bet you it's Joe absolute. There's a Joe everything for math. Yep, it's Joe abs, all caps. There, okay, now it should behave correctly, except it's snapping to that first part of the grid, and I don't want it to do that. So we have to kind of back out the logic a little bit there. There you go. And then here's a tower. Here's a tower. Make a few towers. Why are they disappearing? What happened? Hello, what's going on here? Why did drawing these things? Okay, you know what? It's a layer issue. Okay, so the towers are being drawn at 500. Let's draw the roids at 450. Where's the roid drawing command? There we go. Okay, so let's stress this game out by putting as many sprites down as I can possibly fit. Okay, we just throw a bunch of these guys at them. But they're following the path. And I don't destroy them when they get to the end of the path, so I can't just make new ones. Okay, well at the very least that level of logic is functional. What else needs to be done? So I need to get the towers to orient themselves toward the nearest roid and shoot them. So okay, let's do a void orient tower, or towers, plural. Well, that will do. We'll just loop through the grid. Orient towers. Rotates towers to face nearest roid. Okay. Return. There we go. So let's loop through everything. 4 I 0 I less than. No, we want to copy the. First off, this is the wrong location. This should be under grid. In a second, let's copy the tower logic there. And we also want a grid of angles. So we'll just call this tower angle. Welcome to the stream, Power. Thanks for the follow. I don't know how long you've been watching. Right now, I'm working on just a real quick. I was hoping it was a one-nighter, a tower defense game, just to slap together, just to show that it can be done. I also recently announced the homebrew competition for SEGA Saturn. So if you're interested, you can go over to emeraldnova.com and check out the rules for the competition. If you got any questions, go ahead and ask me while I'm working on this. But you know, there's a chance to get started into Saturn homebrew if you want to make games for the SEGA Saturn. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, if the tower exists, we are going to have to loop through every roid. Okay, roid. Loop through roids. So now we're going to go with K. I think there's 128 roids. Just nested logic after nested logic. Let me go ahead and make myself a grid spacing offset. So I keep referring to those numbers and I keep forgetting about them, and I shouldn't. So let's find out what they were. It was like minus 164 and minus 109, right? Alright, so we got those saved, so I can refer to them from now on. Okay, where am I? I'm not on draw grid. Place tower, no, that's done. Orient tower, there we go. So let's make 2 Joe fixeds. There's going to be roid. Actually, the roid position is already there, so we'll just make tower position. Equal to the X offset plus grid space times I. One, Y offset and J. So now we have the fixed version of the tower position, and now we can do distance comparison. That should probably be up here. Tower position. Okay. Here we go. Joe fixed distance. Okay. And then let's do like a max distance of what is it, like probably like 200. Let's do 1,000 shifted. Left 16 times. Nothing's ever going to be 1,000 away. So the distance. Okay, so or let's call that distance and max distance. There we go, and then we'll start a search. So we have to calculate distance is equal to, well, we just had the documentation open, so let's just look for a square root. Or, what is that beeping? Let me go check that out. There's something beeping in the background. Okay. We got square root, floating square root. There's no fixed square root. Okay, real quick. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to use the maximum value here. 32767, right? For the sine fixed. And this is going to have to be distance squared as opposed to just distance, which means we're going to have to be, well, we'll see. Okay. So we'll do fixed multiplication. We have tower position 0. Oh, this should be shifted right 16. Oh, left. That's an integer that we're turning into a fixed. Okay. 16. Tower position. And roid position. Roid position is an actual fixed position, right? Yes. Where's the, okay, if roid's alive. There we go. That's what we want. There we go. Okay, so if the roid is alive, we're going to check or we're going to take its position. To create a distance. Plus the same for the y portion. Okay, so that's our distance, and if distance is less than max distance, Okay. Oh, let's go ahead and write the tower angle. Oh crap! I'm missing something big here. I'm missing dx and dy. Okay, so that gives us a distance, and then distance is less than max distance. That means max distance first off needs to be equal to distance. Second, that we need to calculate. Oh, you know what? We don't want absolute value here because what we're going to do is hopefully there's a 2-entry arctan that we can use to find out what angle we want. What is with that thing? So where is that arctan? First off, let's find maybe it's Atan. They have it for floats. Oh, it returns an integer, but it takes in a float. That doesn't help me. Because I don't think anyone's on tonight to actually tell me real quick what the Atan is. Okay, so the only choice I have are 2 floats, and that doesn't help me at all. And I guess one of them returns float, one of them returns integer. Okay, so what I can do real quick is I can try looking up in SGL documentation. Maybe SGL has something for me. And it's kind of hard to see everything with all this crap in the way. There we go. So let's look for Atan. Oh, I hate that. Go away. So it takes 2 fixeds. And well, that works. I have 2 fixed, but what does it return? it returns an angle, but in the form of an angle. That's the thing, though. The angle in... let's try to find it. Because I think everyone is off to sleep or something like that. Oh boy. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this a two-parter for now because I think a lot of people have gone off to sleep anyway. And I will go ahead and pack it in for the night, and we'll pick this up again next week. Probably on a Friday or something, I don't know. And I guess just, I mean, what we have so far. Let's just see what we have so far. So what we have so far is that we have towers that we can place and upgrade based off of a score. We can generate these moving roids, which are basically a placeholder for some monster you want to put in your tower defense game. And they will move through their path and eventually reach the end. So the thing I need to do is I need to implement a game over condition, or once they reach the end of the path, I guess that decrements your score until it goes in the negatives or something, or it just kills you outright. I need to implement the towers to rotate to face the nearest roid so that they can then shoot them. And I think that's about it. So there's not a whole lot more work to do, but I think it's getting late, and I'm not being very productive at this point, trying to figure out how to do something specific. So I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight, everyone, and then we'll pick this up sometime next week.